Check one.
Anderson 244, 5 miles of trail of Dreamliner, caution for away turbulence, contact departure airborne from Charlie, so take off from my 26 left. Charlie, clear takeoff, 26 left, Anderson. Jazz 99 Tower, Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, number 2 for departure behind the Air Canada 737.
Good day, everyone. 737 MAX 8 to start the show.
Air Canada 546, contact departure on the turn.
Headed to Newark, Air Canada 546.
Air Canada 114 Heavy Tower, Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, number 2 for departure behind the Air.
And it looks like we got a Disney Wish livery joining us shortly as well. Welcome to Vancouver International Airport. We are Wake Turbulence Aviation live. Not in our usual Toronto spot. Here we are. Now, did they repaint Wish? Is this what I'm seeing? Is this a different plane?
Jazz 99, contact departure airborne from Delta 7, clear for takeoff number 26 left.
Looks like Wish, unless it's a different plane and flight radar is wrong, Wish seems to be no more. Jazz 99 to Whitehorse, RJ 900, departing here, runway 26 left at Vancouver. We get a nice Dreamliner lining up. Hello, 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 everyone. Good to see you all. Happy to be here.
Air Canada 114, contact departure on the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff number 26 left.
There goes the RJ.
Express 301, ground service terminated, change on your frequency. Please on, have a good afternoon. Thanks, good luck. Mission 564 Tower Charlie, line up runway 26 left, south to Schiphol, behind the Dreamliner.
Speaking of Toronto, this Dreamliner is off to our usual base, YYZ, Toronto Pearson. Air Canada 114, which we've definitely seen land in Toronto on the stream, but here we are getting to see it depart from Vancouver. Hope you're all doing very well today. Welcome.
Air Canada 1081 with her. Air Canada 1081, taxi past Delta 7, line at Delta 9, line up runway 26 left. To be number 3 for departure behind the Dash 8 and Charlie and company Airbus 220 Delta 7. We're targeting a system 184, clean pump credit for entry, level 1000, requesting the 2 big transits, it's pump under is here. Foxtrot Echo, Romeo, Oscar, Vancouver Towers, blocking out, kilometer 2993, big transit. Dial 3 on the 2 vector, big Q, information.
Whoa. Alright. My phone is making some noise there.
5 miles of trail above the Dreamliner, caution by turbulence, contact departure airborne, speeder 2 down, Charlie, clear for takeoff, is identified in traffic at 1 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock there, half mile. Southeastbound Beaver at 1,800 of airplane. Contact confirm X-ray. Romeo X-ray clear direct, steel direct 30. Steel direct 30, thank you.
Oh, forgot to change. Thank you. Forgot to change the title. Should be CYVR. I just copied it from the other one. Thank you. Typo. .737 Max. This one's headed off to Anchorage. Air Canada 1081.
Air Canada 566, start to turn out heading 240, contact departure 132.3. Alright, heading 240 and we're in the turn over to departure now, Air Canada 566, yeah. Yep. Air Canada 1081, contact departure Airlines 1 Delta 9, clear for takeoff runway 26 left. Yeah, 712 Tower Delta 7, line up runway 26 left. Line up 26 left, Delta 7. Yeah, 712, contact departure in the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff runway 26 left. Turn clear takeoff 26 left, Delta 7.
Jazz 712. RJ 900 headed to Denver. Lining up next, runway 26 left.
Vancouver Tower squawk to dance, altimeter 299.3, cleared midpoint transit. 299.3, cleared midpoint transit, Hotel Mike India. Hotel Mike India, Edelweiss. 4326 Tower, Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, speed return. Yeah. 26 left, Delta 7, speed return. Vancouver Tower, Golf Charlie Hotel, Julius Minivac, the delivery, looking for transcend arrival, Pat Charlie 6. Charlie Hotel, Julius Minivac, Vancouver Tower, squawk and altimeter 299.3, cleared cement on arrival.
Hey Canada man. Yes, and depends. It's usually Mondays in Toronto. That's my general weeknight stream. Unless weather or life, then I sometimes reschedule, but I try to do Monday evenings, although I'm away the next few Mondays. Alright, an aircraft we saw a bunch of at Kelowna. Encore Dash 8. Headed to, speaking of Kelowna, headed to Kelowna, Dash 8 400. Encore 3262. He's departing behind the RJ. Welcome to Vancouver Airport, everybody. CYVR. 1 year later. We were here last year with my cell phone streaming setup. Now I was able to bring the system I use in Toronto.
Pearson 444, medevac, third to land, runway 26 left, altitude close.
Third to land, 26 left, Carson 444, medevac, will plan hotel.
So there is Alaska waiting to line up, but first there's a King Air 350, Carson Air, with a medevac call sign. Enjoy the flight, Canada man.
Medevac, Roger. Clear to Charlie. Remain south of runway 26 left, wind 2306. Clear to land, Charlie. Oscar 699, Tower Delta 7, line up runway 26 left. Line up 26 left, left. Carson 444, medevac, exit left, reverse on the hotel.
Carson 444 medevac. Landing runway 26 left. And Alaska 699 lining up to Seattle. That must be a very short flight. Agreed, Christoph. I like the airlines we don't normally get to see. Speaking of, I'm going to swing slightly. Sorry, Alaska. But on the other runway, there's an ANA coming in.
Oscar 699, contact departure on the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff, runway 26 left. Clear for takeoff, 26 left.
It's coming in on the north side. Runway 26 right. I tried to find a good spot there, but nothing wasn't easy to park. So I settled on departures again, because there's a lovely park here. We do not get ANA in Toronto, so we're going to lose it behind some trees. And then we will catch it briefly in this little window.
Foxtrot Hotel Romeo Tango, Vancouver Towers, Pocket End, altimeter 29993.
Off it goes to the north side. And we got Alaska's rotation and departure. Nicely done, Alaska. I mean, I would expect nothing less.
Romeo Tango, squawk 0022.
All Alright, let's get some
0022.
heavies. We got Japan Airlines.
Rail service terminated. Contact Harbor Tower 114.
One we definitely don't see back home.
Center 17 Heavy Tower.
This is a
7 liner
7878 Dreamliner to Tokyo Narita.
Charlie Hotel Zulu, medevac there. Good, Oscar Echo. Clear direct the river, change to my frequency 1187. Concern and secure. Good, Oscar Echo. United 1868 Tower Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, caution jet left, time to departing Dreamliner. Line up runway 26 left at Delta 7 for United 1868. Good, Oscar Echo 126 or 15, line on the river, eastbound your discretion. Hotel Romeo Tango, clear direct to river, change to my frequency 1187. Romeo Tango 125 or 15, line on the river, eastbound your discretion. Echo Romeo X-ray, rail service terminated, contact Victoria Tower 119.1. Delta Echo Mid-Sir. And good, Oscar Echo and Hotel Romeo Tango. Probably know this already, but caution for debris in the river.
And United 1868 to Chicago O'Hare on an A320 lining up, waiting for wake turbulence.
At 1868, 5 miles to travel of the Dreamliner, caution wake turbulence, contact departure at the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from 26 left. Clear for takeoff 26 left, contact departure at the turn, we'll watch turbulence, United 186. Delta 602 ready westbound on the river. Express 612, favor the north side of the river, caution for debris, take off the river westbound your discretion. Start check marks, starting westbound, Delta 612. Good, Oscar Echo, favor the south side of the river, Twin Otter departing on the north side.
It's a lovely day today.
Make a right-hand turn, direct the tower, caution for wake turbulence from departed Airbus 320. Direct tower, check the mark, tower 612.
Gonna call it warm. About 26 degrees or so.
Good tower, hello again, the Caravan, Gulf Flight Dog, Whiskey 4 back from Hillary 500, heading down. Express 612, clear direct point grade. Point grade, 612.
Took off from the seaport. We have an inbound -8-400 on this side from Victoria. Encore 3356. At first, I think that's on the south side. Oh no, it's going north. My apologies. I misread the angle there. That's going to the north side. We're going to get a departure here. I drew a line on too much of a diagonal. We do have Encore 3285 headed to Prince George on a -8-400. Egisto, that's awesome. That would have been the LH470, which I flew in on a week and a half ago. Speaking of jumbos, though, there is a 747 entering the Vancouver terminal area right now. Turning downwind shortly. Most likely landing on the north side, as they all seem to be doing right now. We'll see it from a distance and maybe catch it depart in a few hours. Unless I get melted in the meantime. We'll do our best. Jazz 441 headed to Terrace. Q400 once again. I just looked to my right over my shoulder and saw that -8 that I misaligned in my brain. I drove out from Kelowna this morning. Very excited to visit the Abbotsford International Air Show tomorrow and Sunday. I'm aiming for a Sunday live, but there may be a bonus Saturday, depending on how things go. Saturday I was going to just kind of explore with everyone. But we'll see. I may be inspired. Stranger things have happened.
Tower, good afternoon. Harbor Express 310, 14 south of Boco, BY1 1000, requesting fuel for the balance of the coho. Harbor Express 310, Vancouver Tower, spoken at, altimeter 29993, clear direct fuel for the balance of the coho. 3 fuel coho with the address 310. Vancouver Tower, Haneda 908, the Ritz Hotel, we're 6 back. Dory, 500. Soldier 908, Vancouver Tower, spoken at, altimeter 29993, clear midwest ground. Soldier 908? Soldier 908, identified, traffic, 11 o'clock, 1 mile, same direction, order 500.
A320 headed to Edmonton, Air Canada 240.
Terminated, contact Harbor Tower 114. Staging for Mike Osgood. Harbor Express 323, spoken at, altimeter 29993, clear midwest ground. We're Express 323, thank you. Express 323 identified. CargoJet traffic, 5 o'clock, 1 mile, same direction, 500 feet. Happy inside, outside your range. That we have an 88B, number 323, thank you. Thanks. Tower, Brother Club, Southwest, High Service, Solution Noise, FPM, Pearson. Canada 240, contact departure airborne from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from 261.
Like airborne, clear takeoff, 26 left, airborne,
Travel Kilo Alpha, Airbus 320, rolling 26 left, 5 to the site. 220 in sight, south left. Kilo Alpha, pass behind the Airbus 320, caution wake turbulence, direct to Golf Ball, up on the spring.
Hey Lynn!
Take off to the sky service, your turn.
Hope things are cool on the East Coast. Well, I'm on the West Coast. Seawater just on the other side of the runway here. Vancouver Island, beyond that. And then the Pacific Ocean. Very exciting. So by passenger volume in 2023, this is Canada's second busiest airport, Toronto Pearson being the first. By a significant amount too. That's a very busy airport. And even in Toronto we have our lulls. But still, in the tens of millions of passengers we're talking about here in Vancouver. It's a West Coast hub for the country. So they get airlines here that we don't get in Toronto, like some of the Asian airlines. Japan, ANA. Make the journey across the Pacific or semi-polar routes to get to Vancouver. Also, Vancouver is, you can get direct to Australia from here, which you can't get from Toronto. So a lot of people wanting to fly Air Canada Vancouver will do, to Australia, will do Toronto Vancouver, Vancouver Australia, and vice versa. Ryan from Texas, hello. How's Texas? Probably also hot, if not hotter. Definitely was looking at the incomings on radar box, noticing the 7.4 and the Edelweiss A340, which will be cool. I see the 7.4 turning. Just going to move this tripod slightly, excuse me. There we go.
Okay, 908, sir. For some reason, about 300 feet, just over Point Grey, there's a northwestbound helicopter at 500.
Sending 300, that was at 908, looking for traffic.
Bravo 2 Alpha, Tower, there's the first traffic at your 10 o'clock, 4 miles. They're eastbound towards the harbor at 500 feet. There's another half a mile on trail left to not do. They're sending out 300.
Pacific Coastal on the Saab 340 will be coming out on this side.
Arca 323, helicopter traffic over Point Grey, northwestbound, 10 feet.
Contact, number 323.
Arca 323, represent. Roger, if you want to start to step back down to 500 or whatever you're comfortable. Roger, 1719, tower, about 7 line up, runway 26 left.
Left and wait, 26 left, American 1719.
Oscar 754, exit left on Echo, hold short runway 31, contact ground, 110. Archer 323, contact Harbor Tower, 118.4, surveillance service disseminated.
18.4 down, number 323.
Archer 310, direct point, grade approach.
The direct point, grade approach, Express 310.
Express 310, approved.
The turn, thanks so much.
American 1719, contact departure in the turn from Delta 7 takeoff runway.
American 1719.
26 left, contact departure in the turn, American 1719.
on a 319. Looks like we got the 7-4 coming in on the north side. Still a moment out, and I will swing to have a look at it as it comes in, because I like the 7-4s. In fact, I will find it now. Apologies, too American, but I have my loves. And hopefully we get to see this depart on this side a little bit later. 747-400 from Frankfurt. Queen of the skies. What I do like about Vancouver is airplanes on the other side are not as far away as they are in Toronto. The runways are a bit closer together, so I don't feel like I'm reaching for something in the distance. Or I'm just quoting Natasha Bedingfield right now. So close you can almost taste it. Anyways, let's enjoy. Lovely. Never gonna complain about any angle of a 747. Oh, and we lost our signal, so you missed that. Sorry about that. I think I had a HDMI disconnect. That's okay. I did film it. I spun the cord too far. Anyways, I'll play that back for you in just a moment. I stretched the HDMI cable too far. Not that you could see much, but here, let me show you real quick. You're gonna see my screen for a second here. This should be the most recent one. Or is that the beginning? No, that was the beginning. Stop. Will be this one then. There it is. Alright, this is from a moment ago. While I adjust the tension on this HDMI cable. That was painful. Stephen, hello! Nice to see you on the stream, as always. So here's what we saw. Like I said, not much in terms of closeness, but still a beautiful aircraft. Nonetheless, this was a moment ago. This is an instant replay of the 7-4 landing on the north side at YVR. And then went behind the trees. I remember this like it was 30 seconds ago. So fresh in my mind. Sometimes the cables get a little jiggled. It happens. I'm gonna try to stabilize them a bit. Then it went behind and we lost it behind there. All right, let me just jump back to the live. Throw the logo up for a second while I switch modes, because we have a Korean Dreamliner coming up here. And we do get the Korean Dreamliner in Toronto. Always nice to see. While this taxis, give me one quick second. I'm just going to flip up the logo because I'm going to readjust how this HDMI is connected, because I don't like the tension that was being put on it when I flipped around to the other side. So I'm going to do it this way so that that can relax slightly there. There we go. That feels better. Better for all of us. All right, so Korean 7-2 to Seoul. 7-4 is the one that goes to Seoul from Toronto. So the 7s seem to be their Canadian flights, I guess. 779 Dreamliner Air New Zealand is coming around on the other side. Now let me see if I can flip this without destroying the HDMI. Give me a moment. John wanted this one. Oh, my audio has disappeared. I'll have to get that back. Just my voice. But I lost the front audio. I was starting to think my ears were very quiet. Let me just punch that audio back in. There we go.
Ryanair 072 Heavy Tower out Delta 7 line up runway 261. Ryanair 072 Heavy Tower out Delta 7 line up runway 261.
Liner 62 left, behind 49072.
Delta 714 tower descend on the 500 direct point raises. Delta 714 tower, you copy? Delta 714 tower.
Tower 714, sorry, go ahead.
Delta 714 tower, descend on the 500 direct point raises.
Descend 500 direct point grade, how is it 714?
Ryanair 072 Heavy, contact departure airborne from Delta 7. Sorry for takeoff, runway 261.
Episode airborne 13612, triple take runway 26 left, 480.
Canada 1058, Sarah Comscript, last time 787, at Delta 7, line up, runway 26 left.
Line up 26 left, Air Canada.
Beautiful Korean Air departure. We are Wake Turbulence Aviation live on YouTube. We also have TikTok, Instagram. We have a Facebook group as well and a page. Feel free to connect. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already on YouTube. Really helps out the channel. We're hoping to be live Sunday for sure from Abbotsford International Air Show, but I'm going to see if I can do it tomorrow. Tomorrow is kind of a scope it out, but we'll see. Lovely to have you all here. I gotta say, the drive from the Okanagan to Vancouver is beautiful. Driving through mountains and only stopped twice. Once in Merritt, once in Hope. Beautiful drive. Beautiful part of the country. We don't get scenery like this back in Ontario. It's got its own little brand of scenery, I guess, but nothing compared to the mountains around here. Flight 1058 to Las Vegas, A320, Air Canada. Pacific Coastal Airlines, the Beach 1900, just cleared for takeoff from 26 left. It's lining up there. Christoph, thanks for the info there on that 320. That's cool. I didn't know that. Some CargoJet over there. There's FedEx as well. Way down there we get the passenger gates. Way down there.
Silver Tower, Golf Lima, Zulu India, request descent 1000.
Golf Lima, Zulu India, tower, descent on the 1000.
1000, Lima, Zulu India.
I really read it. It picked up on the microphone, didn't it? Just getting my water bottle for my bag. Gotta stay hydrated on days like this. Looking out at Jazz 343, taxiing on its way to Prince George on the Dash 8-400. For departure, runway 26 left.
311 Vancouver Tower, spot that in, spot number 293, way ahead.
993 there, CI down, just by point action from left to the 2X4, Victoria, Victoria.
RTC 11 Roger, Victoria, direct blue, direct city.
Direct blue, direct 3311.
RTC 11 identical.
311.
So 343 Tower, your speed is 15 inch, hands on comment, mark your Airbus, Delta 5 or Delta 7 for takeoff, for Vancouver.
Just looking at the radar. The older, minty fresh Jazz livery. I was following this US Navy plane that was over in Nanaimo. Anyone from Nanaimo, I'm wondering, do they have drinking establishments that are just called Nanaimo Bar? I'm sure, definitely not the first person to think of that. I'm sure it was thought of and shot down by many an ad department. In fact, I'm pretty sure I heard about Nanaimo bars before I heard about Nanaimo. My mom used to buy them at M&M Meats in Scarborough. Of course, she always made errors in her reading of products. I first learned about them as Naomi bars until I saw it written down for the first time, and I said, "Mom, why did you call it that?" She was like, "Well, I don't know." Which was her response to a lot of things. Like, "Mom, I heard that story already. You told me that last week." "Well, I don't know, Michael." She made me laugh. I definitely enjoyed her. Another lull in the action. That being said, there is a WestJet 737 whose transponder I see. The plane I do not. Keep an eye out. Oh, it's behind, it'll be blocked by some of those. Somewhere over there, maybe. We will catch it shortly. That's headed to Edmonton. WestJet 172, 737, 700. My wife and I had a lovely dinner with Stephen from West Kelowna last night. Very gracious host. Good conversation. Met some very nice human beings thanks to this channel, so thanks for being awesome, everybody. I was telling Stephen, though, that often viewers can see more than I can, because sometimes they're watching on larger screens and better lighting, and I'm squinting at this tiny little camcorder screen where someone's like, "Hey, I see that light," or "I see this plane gear," or something or other, and I can't see it because it's too far away.
Georgia, further river.
There's the 7-3. Making its way out to the taxiway. Jaws style. I like when you just see the vertical stabilizers. Or the shark fins.
Zulu India, just close to the shoreline for boundary.
Zulu India, contact boundary 127.6, you're going to 627.
Very much, Lima Zulu India.
Keeping an eye out for Edelweiss. Which we will see in the north area. Hopefully they depart in the south. Now if the wind shifts, they'll depart over our head, which would also look cool. I'm just happy to be here. I don't know if you get that vibe from me yet. I'm just happy to be around. I enjoy airplanes. This is exciting to me. I'm just happy to be live on the other side of the country, Vancouver. And then we'll be at the air show this weekend. Hopefully do another Kelowna stream next week. Might do an early one or an evening one. I don't know. Enjoying visiting with the wife's family. It's been a lovely vacation. Spent a bunch of time swimming in Okanagan Lake. Looking for Ogopogo. Haven't found him yet. Kids are keeping their eyes peeled though. What's cool about this plane spotting park though is they have on the ground these little pathways that are like the runways, you know, the alignment of the runways here. So there's 3-1. This will be 2-6. And then there's one on the other side as well. Kind of matches the arrangement of YVR. Toronto, take note. This is how you do a plane spotting park. Or if you're the GTAA, you build something 4 kilometers away on the other side of a highway.
Helicopter call, Hotel G, back. 2000 descending 1000.
Montreal and Vancouver, which are the next 2 busiest airports after Toronto, do plane spotting much better. Toronto is a struggle. But we make it work. Sometimes just have to be creative. WestJet 172 to Edmonton. 737-700 lining up, runway 26 left. Behind that, United 387, 737-800. So many sevens. I say sevens so many times since I'm started this channel. And United to an LAX. I'm gonna go back to LAX. That was a good time. 15:10 right now, which means getting into the evening in Toronto. Anyone watching from back home, good evening. Good afternoon if you're on the West Coast. There's the United 737-800 to Los Angeles. And if you're in Australia, I guess good morning, Saturday. I think Sydney is 14 hours ahead of Toronto. That would make it 17 hours ahead of Vancouver. Should make it just after 8 a.m. I could look it up. I'm just trying to do some guesses.
Delta Juliet Medevac now remains south to runway 26 left at all times. You will see obstruction helicopter traffic. We're going to approach landmarks from runway 13, winds 220 at 6, clear to land by Charlie, report down.
It is a hot one though. And hazy. Hot and hazy. That was a much bigger sound than it actually was. Just plugging in my other device here to make sure that the internet stays as powered as it can.
Traffic of the helicopter approaching for the east are going to be landing at the east side of the property at Pad Charlie. It's clear to cross runway 26 left behind the beach 1900, caution turbulent. Winds 2206, 9 discretion. There's the landmark report down. 1900, and we'll rescue down for Charlie.
Beach 1900, Pacific Coastal Airlines from Tofino. Evening, Tony. Tyler, Manon, hello everybody. Hope you're well, Tony. Been a while. Miss ya. Hopefully see you out at YYZ in the near future. Helicopter crossing.
United 30, 29, that helicopter just crossing Zurich runway to the south. Will be landing at the south side of the runway. Wind 2306, contact departure in the
United 3029 to Houston on an A320. Thomas, to get to YVR, I took a four-door Kia airline. No, I drove from Kelowna, but I flew WestJet Toronto to Kelowna on Monday night. Rest of my family is in Kelowna right now, and I'm out here for the air show this weekend. in Abbotsford, but thought I'd swing over to YVR because I have a thing for watching planes. Oh no, all good. Kelowna was my real destination, actually. Air show I was able to squeeze in with some negotiating with the family. They're attending a wedding of my wife's cousin tomorrow. Jazz 192 to Regina, Saskatchewan. Dash 8, Q400. Auckland Air. I don't know that one, but there's King Air. Just hold line up, 26 left. King Airs are cool. And taxiing down this way, WestJet 718 on a 737-800, which we'll see depart on this side as well. I see the Edelweiss, about 12 minutes out. It's over the Golden Ears Provincial Park, Stave Lake area. That'll be cool to catch, even from the opposite side. They all got to depart sometime. Tony, it kind of worked out because we weren't planning on coming to the wedding anyways. Just because it's a long way to go and we're not super duper close. But, so the negotiation was kind of, hey, we can go out to BC if you want. I'll go to the air show, you go to the wedding. Win-win. So I got her a trip out west, and I'm going to an air show, and we're all supportive of each other. So it wasn't like I'm ducking out of a wedding that I should be at. We weren't really going to... It wasn't originally in the cards to come out west this summer. It just kind of worked out. Any swoop livery? Foxtrot, Lima, Bravo, Victor. 737-800. Inbound first. I'm not going to swing around yet because it's too close, but Piper. The heat makes it look like it's a wet runway. It's just the reflection of the light off the heat. We're in Vancouver International Airport. CYVR on the west coast of Canada, Canada's second busiest airport. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already on YouTube. Give us a like, really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. United 733 to San Francisco on an NG. Boeing 737-800. Edelweiss is almost on final. We had a British 777-200 headed to Gatwick. Flight 2278. an Edelweiss on final as well, so we'll flip around in a moment.
Hey, subject, ready to start to see the 22 subject. Speedbird 2278, taxi contact departure airborne from Delta 7, subject takeoff runway 26 left. From Delta 7, take up 26 left, when airborne from 22 subject. Uniform, Sierra Tower. There's auto traffic inbound. I'll tell them to serve the south side, serve the north side of the river, take off to the west side of the discretion.
Decisions.
Vector India X-ray, favor the south side of the river, traffic sliding west, favoring north. Indigo Oscar 2,500 crew. 2,500, hang on,
I think this is the right decision.
Indigo Oscar Spell service terminated, change order frequencies. Yeah, okay, thank you.
And we'll swing back to the rotation of the British, since Edelweiss disappearing behind the trees. We got WestJet, I believe is what they said. Clear to land. 26 left. FlexJet, sorry. Embraer Legacy 450 from Anchorage. So we'll try to swing around for that. Still a ways away. Turn in a moment. RJ waiting. Anna, hey, just saw you in the chat there. Good to see you.
Express 307, clear direct flight grid. Okay, Express 307, thanks. Echo Romeo X-ray, clear direct flight grid. Roger, clear direct flight grid. And sir, just keep an eye on the board seat for that heavy just right in front of us there. My guess is so much higher now. Echo Romeo X-ray, caution for turbulence, we just climbing at 2,600 there now. Okay, 2,000, okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, let's go. Traffic 12 o'clock, 1 mile northbound, set to 180 in the south. SS 216 with the shoreline. Uniform there, traffic 11 o'clock, half mile in the direction of the south. Gentlemen, flight uniform, you don't care. Echo Romeo X-ray traffic just on the right hand side, half mile westbound, Fairbanks 500. Contact, Echo Romeo X-ray. Express 316 tower, identified.
Jazz 816 to Phoenix, RJ 900. Behind that, waiting to take off as well, United 2085 to Denver, 737 MAX 9. Jazz line up first.
Vancouver Tower, lowest Beaver Golf, Alpha Charlie, Kilo, coming over toward 300. Got it right Juliet to the BB North. Alpha Charlie, Kilo, Vancouver Tower, squawking Alpha 700, 200, 902 for BB North Rebel. There's the BB North Golf, Alpha Charlie, Kilo. Jazz 816, contact departure of the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from Midday. Jazz 158 for visual Jazz 158, Vancouver Tower.
I was excited that I got to fly Edelweiss there a few weeks ago. On the 16th. I lied. 17th of July. From Zurich to Edinburgh. Doing well, Anna. Ah, thank you so much for that, Anna. Appreciate it. Anna giving us a 747 tip. Thank you. Perfect amount. 747 for the 747s that we love so dearly. Very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're doing all right. We're warm though. It is warm out. We're gonna get a Dash 8 landing on this side from Victoria, Jazz 158. I will flip around for that. Just getting the sunscreen, because I know that sun is dropping and it's gonna burn my face. Wouldn't be the first time. Air North 737-800. I think they just got those. That is lining up. Love the dashies. Air North headed to Kelowna. I've been on that flight. Air North 549. We did a 737-500.
CYVR, squad over Express 611. Over Express 611, make your return squad connect, altimeter 299er 26, go to Express. 611, go. Air North 549, contact departure airborne from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from 26 left. Departure airborne, clear takeoff 26 left, Air North 549. Density 203. Pasco 1609 Tower at Charlie, line up runway 26 left, Hemisphere SID, fly heading 247, remainder at 2. That's 1609 at Charlie, line up runway 26 left, and Hemisphere SID, fly heading 247, remainder at 2. Hotel Romeo Tango, takeoff to River West Under Express. Express 316, ground service terminated, change 200 frequency. That's it, yeah. Pasco 1609, contact departure, return from Charlie, clear for takeoff from 26 left. Takeoff 26 left. Pasco 557 Tower and Charlie, line up runway 26 left. Line up runway 26 left, Charlie, contact 557. Alpha Charlie Kilo, third direct the river, change for my frequency 117. Alpha Charlie
This
Kilo,
is
roger.
interesting.
Dealer traffic departing westbound, move on to the river east on your discretion, wind 2206.
A WestJet Saab operated by Pacific Coastal Airlines. Something I don't generally see and haven't seen yet. I'm sure they see it all the time out here, but I'm fascinated.
Pasco 557, contact departure airborne from Charlie, clear for takeoff. Departure airborne from Charlie, clear takeoff, PG flat, Pasco 557. Pasco 3051 Tower at Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, leadership cancel. Line up 26 left, 26 left, 26 left. Hotel Romeo Tango at the river mouth, cross direct, hold. Hotel Romeo Tango Tower, just continue outbound on the Salmon for now. Beaver traffic just south of Salmon, to 300 feet inbound, 576. Hotel Romeo Tango. Alpha Charlie Kilo, traffic just a turn over outbound on the Salmon at Beaver Shore.
Don't know where this is going.
Alpha Charlie Kilo. Pasco 3051, contact departure airborne from Delta 7, clear for takeoff on 26 left. Departure airborne, clear for takeoff 26 left, Pasco 3051. Pasco 867 Tower, Charlie, line up runway 26 left. 526 left, Charlie, Pasco 867. Tower Romeo Tango, SDF, Tower Romeo Tango, thanks, third direct, double day here, sir. Tower Romeo Tango, see you.
Kinda cool. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Thanks for joining us here at Vancouver International Airport. We are Wake Turbulence Aviation. It is the first time you've seen us. We're usually based out of Toronto, just because that's the closest airport to where I live. But we are visiting the west coast of Canada. It's beautiful out here too.
Passport 87, contact departure airborne from Charlie, clear for takeoff from Memphis. Hotel Romeo Tango, traffic 10 o'clock, 3 miles northbound, Twin Otter to south. Hello, Tango Traffic. Average Express 611, traffic 2 o'clock, 3 miles westbound, Beaver 500. Go ahead, then on the GPS, thank you. Jet 798, Tower Eagle, Delta 5, departure 10,800, departure 10,400.
Yeah, that was sector Delta 5, Jet 298.
Jet 298, Delta 5, line up runway 26 left.
Delta 5, line up 26 left, Jet 298.
Contact to 611. Average Express 611, right. Jet 298, Memphis here, Schiphol, heading 230, remain right space.
8230, heading and back to
Jet 298, roger, stay on my frequency from Delta 5, clear for takeoff from 26 left.
back to the Delta 6 left, Jet 298.
WestJet 118 Tower, Delta 7, line up from 26 left.
Alright, line up 26 left, Delta 7.
Jazz 298 to Cranbrook, dash 8400. Behind it, we're going to see 737-800 line up. That's headed to Calgary, WestJet 118. Which we learned, Vancouver-Calgary is Canada's busiest domestic route. At one point it was Toronto-Montreal. They are close though.
South Charlie, Quebec. Jet 298 is turn. Jet 298, thanks, contact departure 132 Jet. Passenger 118, contact departure on the turn of Delta 7, clear for takeoff runway 26 left. Clear for takeoff 26 left, departure on the turn. Thanks, WestJet 117, goodbye. Right.
Here goes. Vancouver to Calgary, 737.
Vancouver Tower, this is Beaver, Foxtrot, Pop, Charlie Golf, 300 feet, just going by Haneda, with information Juliet, looking for the TV on arrival for the river.
Pop, Charlie Golf, Vancouver Tower, blocking in, altimeter 2991, sir, direct TV to the TV level.
There's the identity direct TV, Pop, Charlie Golf.
Okay, with 3764 Tower, Delta 7, line up on my 26 left.
6 left.
departing next, SkyWest 3764 to Seattle on an Embraer 175 LR. For those who are keeping detailed track of the types of 175s that we get.
Altitude 5 Tower Delta 9, proceed on to runway 26 left, caution jet blast behind the Embraer, losing circle.
Runway inspection. Stephen, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that tip. 380. Got a 747 and a 380 now. Very much appreciate that. Anyone checking us out on Instagram, feel free to jump onto YouTube for the 1080 version. You're getting a clipped vertical version there, but just trying out some things. All right. Now 777-300 just landed in the north. Flare Max 8 coming in the north. I'll flip around, just have a look at it for a second.
Vancouver, Tower, good day. It's a Chrome X-ray coming up on Point Atkinson, 1,000 feet, requesting the 2 big. Foxtrot Echo Romeo X-ray, Vancouver Tower, squawk and altimeter 29 under 1, third 2 big transit. Under 1, the 2 big transit, Echo Romeo X-ray, there's the advance. Echo Romeo X-ray, identified. Roger. Charlie Golf, direct to river, change to my frequency 1187.
Direct to river and over to 187, Cop Charlie Golf.
Echo Romeo X-ray, clear direct to Steel direct 30. Steel direct 30, appreciate that, thanks, Echo Max 10.
Looks like next in north, another 737 MAX 8, WestJet 715 from Toronto. So the flare we just saw came in from Calgary, flight 803. And we're getting the YYZ in next. Hello, hello. Waiting for a bunch of those heavies to depart that we saw arrive earlier. Lufthansa 747, the Edelweiss A340, and that Air New Zealand.
From Charlie Golf, wind 2106, land on the river, east on your description.
Let's see the WestJet. From here, looks like a swoop livery. So, there it is. Caught the pink from a distance. Oh, hello, bird. Yes, hey, spotting Montreal is fantastic. Hopefully getting out there next weekend, actually. Planning on visiting Montreal for maybe a Friday evening stream with Flight Spotter John, maybe a Saturday evening stream as well. And then the family and I are off to Washington, D.C. the following Monday. Road tripping with the father-in-law down to the Smithsonian.
Charlie Golf, favor the south side of the river, traffic right on.
Roger, we'll favor the south side of Charlie Golf.
Victor India X-ray tower, Beaver traffic inbound, about a mile and a half offshore, favoring the south side of the river, takeoff river westbound at discretion, favor the north. Favor north.
KLM 777-300 on final as well for the north.
City 202, favor the north side of the river, traffic inbound on the south, number 2, takeoff river westbound at discretion.
We'll swing around for that in a second. There's an Alaska Horizon as well. Let's go find KLM 777-300.
Charlie, favor the north side of the river, number 3, takeoff river westbound at discretion. Astro 1307, make your turn at 1,000 feet, contact departure in return from Charlie, clear for takeoff runway 26 left, speeder shift cancel.
Astro 1307, clear for takeoff. Left, turn at about...
Astro 1307, thanks. Multiple full planes departing the river at 500 feet. Victor India X-ray tower identified.
This is landing on runway 26 right, which we can't see from this spot, but we can see a little bit of the approach here. I love when kids enjoy plane spotting. Never too young, I say.
The South 340 just departed the runway off your right hand side. They're going to be in a southbound turnaround at 1,000 feet, caution for wind turbulence.
Little windows.
Victor India X-ray clear direct. Victor India X-ray
There goes the triple.
Fast City 202 when you're happy with the turbulence, third direction.
And here is 26 left. Looking at.
500, so we're all good here.
Oh, it looks like we have a Qatar executive, which was just, I think, given takeoff clearance, if I heard correctly. Maybe not.
QRX 220 Tower Charlie, line up runway 26 left.
Now it's got line up clearance.
QRX 220 return. Echo Romeo X-ray 1,500 approved, I'm up from there.
Nice, NS. I was thinking of getting a plane tattoo as well. Still deciding on the exact design, but I'm thinking of a silhouette of 747 from above.
QRX 220, thank you. Contact departure airborne from Charlie, clear for takeoff. Pass 107 Tower, behind the Gulfstream, line up runway 26 left at Charlie and wait. Just confirm the transponder down with squawk code 4.
So it's Gulfstream G650ER Qatar Executive 220. Doesn't say where it's going though. And if it's Qatar, I'm thinking maybe Doha? Can a Gulfstream go that far? With the refueling stop? I have no idea. This is just Michael speculating at this point. But I like to speculate. It's fun.
Oscar 107, speed restriction cancel, contact departure airborne from Charlie, clear for takeoff. Charlie, clear for takeoff, 26 left, with towards 2, Oscar 107.
Beach 1900 D, Pacific Coastal Airlines.
Victor, the X-ray surveillance service terminated, change order frequencies. X-ray.
I would imagine, yes. I would imagine.
Room X-ray, clear to the south. I appreciate your help today. Room X-ray, thanks. Surveillance service terminated. Contact Victoria Tower, 1100.1. Sure, appreciate that. Talk to you later. Inbound Charlie, surveillance service terminated. Change out our frequencies. Sure, thank you.
Bit of a lull, so I'm sitting down for a moment.
Hello again, here Van Gogh, Mike Oscar with the Thundery level of 1,000 to take transit on Island.
Enjoying the weather though.
Altimeter 29991, clear to take transit. 991 to take transit, we're Mike Oscar, thanks for much. Mike Oscar, whiskey identified.
It's a great park if you get the chance to come out here. Nice place to relax, lots of benches pointed towards the airport, some picnic tables, little paths in the shape of the runway configuration here at CYVR. It is a lovely little park.
City 202, surveillance service terminated, change on recruiter. Yeah. Vancouver, turn 1 grid out 10 out of expense, 5217, punching Calgary for the DB, no sorry. River Express 5217, Vancouver Tower, Squawk Cadet, altimeter 29991, clear direct BB for the BB route. Right on, clear direct BB, full BB all expense, 5217, thank you. River Express 5217, identified. Oscar Juliet, Oscar Echo Tower. 1,500 back engine and crew, take off the river west Vancouver expression.
Alright, sat down for a moment. Thank you for indulging me. A bit warm, so I like to
Tower Golf Uniform Sierra with Kilo inbound 2 rib for the BB arrival.
rest the legs for a minute.
Golf Uniform Sierra, Vancouver Tower, Squawk Cadet, altimeter 29991, clear direct BB for the BB arrival.
Direct BB, Uniform Sierra.
Uniform Sierra, identified.
There is an Air Canada 777 on the downwind right now from Seoul. Don't know if I can see it. You can probably see it faster than I can. There it is.
10:30, 11 o'clock, 3 miles southeastbound, Beaver at 300. First West 5217, traffic at
That'd be landing in the north.
230 maybe, and 3 miles eastbound, First 500.
5217, okay, looking back.
Delta Hotel Delta, depart northbound, cross runway 26 left, and 1,500 is approved, full short runway 26 right. Delta Hotel Delta, take out City landmark 36.
Sounds like a helicopter was just cleared to cross the runway here. I know. Weird looking moth on my leg. Yeah, there it is.
Express 321, Vancouver Tower, Squawk Cadet, altimeter is 29991, clear direct DB for the DB row.
I never see them on my tiny little screen.
Pearson 321, let's do...
There we go.
1,000 for now. For now, Mike Oscar Whiskey, spell service terminated, change to 100 frequencies. Sir, thanks, Doc, in a bit. Delta Hotel Delta, cross runway 26 right. Across 26 right, thank you, DST. Delta Hotel Delta, am I staying with you? Delta Hotel Delta, stay with me.
Looking forward to seeing those heavy transponders. Can't talk today. Come on shortly. We're just after 4 p.m. here. (16:10) to be exact, here at Vancouver. So we're going to be getting into the dinner hour. The dinner rush, perhaps?
Delta Hotel Delta, surveil service terminated, contact Harbor Tower 114. Thank you, talk to you later, DHT, thank you.
A King Air 350. It's clear for takeoff, 26 left.
Express 321 traffic, 2 o'clock, 2 miles eastbound, course speed 500. Inside the 321. Hold it 910, traffic at 10:30:11, mile and a half southbound, moderately, at 1,000. And Express 321, when you're past the course speed is at 500. Down to the front, down to 500. Uniform Sierra, wind 2504, line on the river, eastbound your discretion. Harbor Express 5217, clear direct to the river, change to my frequency 117. 5217, switching at 270. Jack Calgary. Vancouver Tower, Peter Golf, call back India, westbound on the snake, out of the harbor, looking for the direct to 121. Hotel Mike India, Vancouver Tower, logged in, altimeter 29901, cleared snake transfer. Snake transit, Hotel Mike. Ocean 910, surveillance service terminated, contact Harbor Tower 114. Ocean 910, good.
It looks like there's just a giant lake, thanks to the heat. But it is dry. We're just getting the heat shimmers. The Air Canada 777 is coming in. We'll see it briefly here.
Costco 215 Tower, early turn on the west departure, your discretion, contact departure, correction. Stay with me, and from Charlie, clear for takeoff runway 264.
Stay with you and early departure on the early turn of the departure path to 215, thank you.
Love it with the view of the mountains in the background, although it is a bit hazy. They just look like light lines. Still cool. Beach 1900D to Powell River, Pacific Coastal Airlines. Now I'm not sure I can catch this because it is right above my head, but there is a 7-4 way up there. I think that's an Atlas.
Traffic 9 o'clock. 2 miles eastbound Beaver, turning direct to River. Christian Otter, turning direct to River at 500. Traffic 17 mix. Number 2 behind company, line of the river.
That's CargoLux, actually. Sorry, 7478 freighter, 33,000 feet from Anchorage to Mexico City.
You'll be ahead of them. And Memphis 2704, line of the river, eastbound here. 21.
Some arrivals that will be coming in the next little while. Dash 8, Embraer, Max 8 from Palm Springs, WestJet, WestJet 737 from Calgary, WestJet 737 from Saskatoon, Jazz Dash 8 from Sandspit. There's an A350-900 estimated in about half an hour from Munich, Lufthansa. Some more 73s, Dash 8s. Philippines, 777, delayed to 557. That's coming in from Manila. Air North, 737-500 from Whitehorse. All in the next couple hours we're looking at. 737 MAX 8 from San Francisco. 737 from Regina. Iceland Air MAX 8 from Reykjavik. Estimated 5:55, so another hour and a half. That's most of the heavies. Well, there is 6:33. We've estimated a A350-1000 from Heathrow, British. So what I'm basically looking for now are the departures of the ones that have already arrived. I know there's a China Airlines A350-900 estimated 7:22 for arrival. Geneva Air, these are all much later though, so I don't know if we'll be still out then. So things I am looking for is the Lufthansa flight 493 to Frankfurt, estimated departure 4:35 right now, so sometime in the next, I'm sure in the next half an hour we'll see it pop up. Also within this hour, the Edelweiss A340. Also in the next half an hour or so, we got the Tokyo flight ANA 7879. It's a FedEx 767 departure in the next few hours.
Let me know if it's still there, but just have a report of debris in there.
So some cool stuff, I think, to see in the next little while for departures anyways. Overhead.
There's traffic about your 2 o'clock, 7 miles. Actually, looks like it's east-southeast bound, former on 7, not too much verified. Should be no conflict, surveillance permitted, 073. Hello, Tom, I can check the traffic. It's not clear.
Definite lull, but the departures, the heavies, not far in the future. Good night, Anna. Just saw your message there. Be well.
Chef 202, traffic 1 to 2 o'clock, 5 miles eastbound, company outer, 3 minutes.
Give me one moment, folks. I'm just gonna run to my car for a quick second and grab my chair.
Chef 301, traffic 10 o'clock, 4 miles southbound, company outer, 1,000. Contact in the heavy. Vancouver targeting 265 to line. Pressure 7052, check for FedEx, and at the moment actually looking good for the background. FedEx 216 with the issue, 300 clear. Pressure 316, thank you for car identified in 250 Thomas Center 29990, good direct for Vermont. Let's check around 53605. Hey, Vancouver Tower, Foxtrot Mike Tango Echo, we'll be clearing your own harbor. Foxtrot Mike Tango Echo, roger, traffic well off the 2 o'clock at 2 miles east on 2,100 under 5 steps on Osaka, city terminated from next traffic there. 1 o'clock. Tango Echo, copy that traffic, we'll keep an eye on the hand, listen to harbor.
All right. Just in time for a little FedEx cargo Cessna.
Take 904 Vancouver Tower. Figured they were 15 miles west-southwest of you. We're eastbound towards Bellingham. We're just looking to climb up into your Delta airspace for our transit. Take 904, spot guidance, altimeter 29990, cleared through southwestbound. What else did you want? Okay, thanks for that. Overshot 3161260 based on your discretion and company's assigned report. They love the small.
Lovely landing there. Hey, Katie. Welcome to Vancouver. We are Wake Turbulence Aviation. Hoping you're all having a wonderful time. And a good Friday. I am just putting on the backlight compensation because the sun very soon is going to be in the way and cause a little bit of a lighting discrepancy, so just had to adjust the camera slightly there. Looks like we're gonna have a Jazz Dash 8 departure to Victoria shortly. Jazz 161. Oh, that is definitely backlight compensation for sure. You can see the planes not as silhouetted as they were.
10 o'clock, 4 miles southbound, auto level 2000. Just for your visual, thank you. And when able, if we could get a direct coal pile, that would be helpful for next report. Thank you. Good direct coal pile. Good direct coal pile, just for thank you. Overshot 302, traffic at about 2 o'clock and 3 miles, turning that towards you at 2000 at 4 miles.
There's Dashy.
Okay, yeah, we got that inside too. It's just,
to Victoria, capital of British Columbia.
Take that, therefore. You're planning to go through boundaries, gentlemen? We're happy to see it for boundary zone for 904. Take that, therefore. We'll jet for towards Point Roberts if that works for you, 904. Sounds good, thanks. 904. Okay, crew traffic to get the Fox, Bravo 2 off, but stuff like that. Charge 1610 Delta 5 is available. So are you ready to go from Delta 5? Charge 161, roger, speed canceled. Stay with me, there's an otter or two back from the river down at 300 feet from Delta 5 to take off. Okay, check the speeds canceled. We'll stay with you, clear to take off from Delta 5 to 150 otter. Archer 5 Kilo Alpha, Vancouver Tower, spot that in 12705, altimeter 29990, clear direct threshold of runway 13, hold short runway 26 left, monitor me now, runway 7. thanks, identify. Bob Mike Alpha, check here with the inbound, through the north side, 12605, take off River West on discretion, stay my 3. Osha 316, Beaver departing there, clear, bring the north side. Baltimore on the subway. Thank you.
And Vancouver, Home Express 308. Showing 5 back from 2 van and Erie Point to the river, please.
Osha 308, Vancouver Tower identified, 12604, altimeter 29990, clear direct, Erie Point, J1 arrival for the river, and monitor me now, 1187.
Switch over to 187 for 308.
Osha 308, thank you. Dev 161, contact departure 132.
Departure Dev 161, see ya.
Alpha Sierra, the eastbound London.
Yeah, we got one touch down.
Alpha Sierra, Roger, stay with me when 2605, take off this westbound discretion. And Q400 is turned across the river on south to westbound. They're over here. 200 caution free.
Check your mark. I'm on the westbound line and I'll stay with you.
Yes, yes, very excited.
Thanks. And Bob Mike Alpha, cross the German Saturday dispatch. I mean, 1000.
Inside Bob from Mike Alpha, we'll contact you back.
Bob Mike Alpha, project back to town.
Mike Alpha. Good day for 317, clear down to 3050 miles.
Osha 317, Vancouver Towers, altimeter 29990, further descent approved, now below 2,500, contact Harbor Tower, below.
Below 2,500, 317, thank you.
Tank 904, surveillance service terminator, transfer on route frequency, with you.
Switching under, so good evening, Cheryl.
Hotel Brewing Tango Caravan, traffic on the westbound slide, wind 2605 under discretion. Okay, well, for descend your discretion.
Looking for the Heavies. They will be coming shortly. We saw some awesome Heavies land earlier on the other side, and I'm like just waiting for them to depart. Staking out the airport. I don't mind the walls a little bit. Sometimes when there's too much action, I get all turned around on my feet here. But I like a bit of a minute.
Okay, looking for the traffic, sir.
All right. Hey, 320. Taxiing.
Memphis 307, Vancouver Tower.
This one is headed to San Francisco, Air Canada 568.
That's 1609, Vancouver Tower, 12605, good line on way 26 left. Good line 26 left,
We got a landing on 26 left coming as well. Beach 1900, Pacific Coastal. Well, maybe that's not the one. That looks like it's going. I can't tell where that's going. Oh, it's coming south. The angle of the runway, I'm turned around a bit sometimes because I'm used to the Toronto setup, I guess. And I subconsciously just think of directions in different ways.
I'd like to climb up to 2.5 and into terminal if possible.
Chelsea Chair, time approved out above 2,500 in this terminal. Can't take, let me know. Surveillance service terminated. Contact them.
Okay, in the climb 2,500 and
Still a bit of a ways there. There we go.
Top of my office up at 11 o'clock, 3.5 miles up to Pearson, under 300. Okay, looking, top of my office. Contact. I was just 3 George, up at 11 o'clock, 3 miles up section Beaver at 500 heavy. Thanks. And Bravo, Kilo Alpha traffic at about a mile, final beach 1900, 500. Almost Kilo Alpha, look. Oscar Charlie Beaver, just passing Terra Nova for the down entry.
Aviation 320, hello, how you doing? Welcome to Vancouver Airport. Air Canada 568 to San Francisco, lining up at runway 26 left. This is an Airbus A320-200. And we got helicopter landing.
Contact departure in the turn from Delta 7, just to take off line 26 left. Takeoff 26 left, Air Canada 568, good day. Good day. Oscar Road Charlie, identified anchor direct, and how high do we looking for? Oscar Bravo Charlie identified. How high are we looking for?
Oscar Bravo Charlie, we're happy at 500.
Oscar Bravo Charlie, Roger, quick director is traffic a mile south of Gary Point, northbound, under 300 for the road.
Oscar Bravo Charlie, direct traffic.
I'm set 3 direct traffic, 12 o'clock, and 4 miles Beaver, turning southbound 500.
Yeah, Vancouver Tower, what's up? Mike Tango Echo back with you again on the west side of Wellington here at 2000. We'll be looking to descend, Paul Highway 1 eastbound on 1005.
Roger, Mike Tango Echo, Vancouver Tower, stock identical from their 299er 03 dozen plus 1500.
Southern clear as requested for Mike Tango Echo.
Mike Tango Echo identified traffic 9 o'clock and a mile eastbound 2500. Unverified, the test is a 172 also.
Tango Echo, we got the traffic inside, no conflict.
Good news. You wonderful, loyal viewers who are willing to sit through the lack of action for a period of time. You're patient like I am. I see a ping from Edelweiss. That's 11 kilo to Zurich on an A340 300. And I see Lufthansa 493, a 747-400 pinging to Frankfurt. So we have some upcoming awesome planes. I am biased. I love quad jets. They're awesome to me. They may not be awesome to everybody, so I hasten to use the word epic because people like to comment, tell me why things I enjoy are not epic. Because, you know, internet knows best, right? WestJet 120 to Calgary, 737-700. Poster boy, we are looking at runway 26 left departures with the odd little arrival here at CYVR, Vancouver International Airport on Sea Island, which is kind of cool. This airport has its own island. If you look it up on one of the radars or maps, like it's awesome. I love this airport. I love the space. I love the city.
Probably be another actually couple of minutes for
Cool things.
And Zulu, otter just coming up close. We got the otter. Thank you.
A lot of seaplanes in and out on the south side of the airport too, which is cool.
Okay, 1-3, negative, stay with me.
Beach King Air 300. Alcan Air? One I'm not familiar with. Then again, I'm not from around here, so I'm the tourist today. Getting excited about the various planes and things I see. Floats over here.
Alpha Charlie Kilo, clear direct, not above 500. Be a King Air overflying you west. Now they're coming out 700 out the way. Direct, not above 500 now. Alpha Charlie Kilo, thank you.
7-4 has pushed back. ANA transponder is also on 787-9 to Tokyo Haneda. Flight 115.
Oscar to the Oscar Vancouver Tower, response at Denso, 12705, altimeter 29990, you're identified, good direct to the river mouth, Honda Domino on 1187.
Looking forward to the Heavies. Might be the 7-4 first, unless Edelweiss started rolling and I missed it and then it disappeared off the radar. Rolling as in taxiing, not rolling as in takeoff roll. Excuse my lingo. Rolling in the colloquial sense.
466 flight runway heading same I frequency from Charlie to takeoff flight 261. Clear take up 266 flight runway heading and all stay with you. Outcome 183 clear direct. Oscar Bravo Charlie Caravan at 5 miles northbound 500 off your right hand side by your way. Surveillance to the terminator. Lieutenant Pearson.
I also seem to have lost the Lufty on the radar, but the plane exists.
Alpha Charlie Kilo, how high do you want? Happy with 500 on clear, thanks, Alpha Charlie Kilo. Alpha Charlie Kilo, sounds good.
Very excited about the air show tomorrow. Never been to Abbotsford Air Show.
Should say 7 doesn't save you much, but good rest of Copa. Red Copa, we'll take it. 637, thanks. Zero switch 100 to Pearson.
Dropping things. Ooh, 7-4. Back on.
28 Oscar Echo 12705 on Livery, Frankfurt, discretion. Tower TBM 540 from Charlie, descending on the ILS. TBM November 854 Uniform Charlie, Vancouver Town, number 1, runway 26 left. Number 1, 6 left, continue. 40 from Charlie.
Inbound, 26 left.
466, good driving. Good question here, but
Socata TBM 850. Private plane from Paso Robles. And yes, you can make fun of me for that pronunciation, because that was, I'm imagining intense garbage right there. Either way, we will turn around and see the plane.
Okay, clear to land, 26 left, 5 points from Charlie.
Still a moment out. And once our heavies start making appearances, I will ignore most of the little inbounds. That's just how I roll. We'll stop for heavies. I need a bumper sticker that says it. Honk for heavies. Although I feel people might get the wrong idea. It's not what I mean. Here we go. We're getting into heavy hour in a moment. Little private plane coming in first.
Zulu Juliet, surveillance service terminated, the early switch 100 to bridge. Uniform Charlie, exit Alpha 2, contact ground 117. Fisher 2705, runway 26 right, visual transition, contact tower 119.55.
Haha, Corinne.
Over to North Tower, 277, thank you.
No comment, but I'm giggling on the inside. I guess that's a comment. That's my comment. We know what it means, but other people might take a different meaning there. Jazz 7746 headed to Saskatoon on an RJ 900, taking off runway 26 left here at YVR. Behind that, we got an Embraer 195. Porter 308 to Toronto. I've definitely seen that one on the other end. And then WestJet 120, 737-700 to Calgary. And then I see 74 taxiing. And ANA. looks like the Lufthansa A350 arrived on the other side while we were watching the little private plane. Exciting times for Heavies. This is Heavy Hour. The dinner rush, a heavy meal. I'm just workshopping things. And most of them will never leave the workshop table. What a nice cross in front there. Even in Vancouver, Porter likes to block the rotations. I think it was quite a few. I mean, just coincidence, but been quite a few planes I've been looking at, and Porter has just sat there.
Order 308.
That's where I'm set up. It is what it is. I don't mind. It's just amusing.
Just 36 ready and able Delta 5, 10,407 feet from there. Yes, we can do that. Just 36 Delta 5 on it, and 26 plus we can. Cancel my Delta 5. Pressure 120.
Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Give us a like, because we are waiting for Lufthansa 493, which is almost in sight. I think I see its tail in the distance. 747-400 to Frankfurt. Departing Vancouver very shortly, runway 26 left. Got a bunch of heavies coming in. Tell your friends, it's heavy time. Ring the heavy bell. Thanks for joining us, Obsidian. Samantha, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to Wake Turbulence Aviation, live from Vancouver, which isn't our usual base. Alright, this is a cool shot. You can see the top of the 7-4. I'm just going to follow this one. My apologies to Dash 8 lovers.
Yeah, 4 west of Georgia. Looks like going to miss the wind for down south. Cuba Golf Hotel, Mike India, Vancouver Tower, spot that Intel 729 for direct point, right?
This is how we roll here at Wake Turbulence. The Queen.
Hotel Mike India, identified.
Queen approaches. Long live the Queen. All hail. I think the heat's getting to me. Starting to lose it a bit. I'm having too much fun though.
What's up, Mike? You need to check in for Speedbird traffic. That'll be inbound from your about your it's 10 o'clock, still 6 miles out. And the type is unverified on the camera. What am I getting a check so tonight? Russia 120, contact departure airborne from Delta 7 to takeoff. So we take off, it's left WestJet, that 120. Vancouver Tower, spot that Anton 2305 up 29 or 90. Good direct DB for the balance of the DB northwest. Monitor me now, 118. And Hotel 5219 identified for traffic about 1 to 2 o'clock, 5 miles. Ocean 509, that's on my Kenya DLP route for that. Oh, don't look in yet. Roger, I'm still looking, let's sure. And 687, you're planning to go south of boundary control zone? Hey, affirmative, yeah, we'll go to West Point, continue east to Bellingham. Sounds good, I'll switch on it. So, south. Lufthansa 493, this one is if there's been today for Delta 9er, otherwise we take 7. Lufthansa 493, happy negative, today it'll work at Delta 9, running runway 26 left and right numbers for departure, for the 1777. Lufthansa 4 Aircam 220, you're on tower ready to view. And Hotel Mike, can you the Beavers now? We're about 10 o'clock and a mile now from Calgary. Oh, no, let's get contact. Aircam 220, Channel Delta 7, minus runway 26, altitude first to go. Nope, that's minus 10. 687, no reported to observe traffic for several miles. Surveillance to the terminator, change 200 feet. Take it in. Okay, that's 3K help. Aircam 220. Contact departure, Airborne 240, South 7 for takeoff. Like Airborne, 15 knots. Also 7074 Vancouver Tower, reduced. Yeah, the Canada Airbus rolling in. Okay, left road to pass behind the Airbus, 30 something like 26 left, direct to towers and the Golf follow up and on spring departure. Stay with me. Turn 2504, take off. Behind the Airbus rolling to the tower. Tower clock drop off of Mike Alpha, approaching from the south 500 to the river. Left of Pump Mike Alpha, Vancouver Tower, spot side then. 2504, altimeter 29990, direct airport, airport around. Alpha Mike Alpha. Vector target afternoon, Hamburg Express 319, we're 570 Golf, 1,300 into descent with Mike requesting Gary to the river, we've got the MA on purpose. Express 319, Roger, spot head ends up under 29990, 1250, direct airport, airport arrival to the river. Gary to the river with the Island Express 319. Thank you. Tower Bravo Golf, any chance QE tonight? September 493, contact departure level 1000 feet from Delta 9, for takeoff from 265. September 493, 1000, contact departure, clear takeoff from 265. Bravo, Kilo, says taken, goes to the QE, east now. There is a heavy on final just behind, yeah. If you want to go to the runway and then head up Kiwi Way, or sorry, west of the runway and head up Kiwi Way, I will take that for the hotel. Kilo, sounds good. Vancouver Tower, Hamburg Express 311 for you, a couple back from Sudan, just leveling out with house, looking for the go-ho downtown, please. Push out 311, Vancouver Tower, identified, up to the 29990, big solo number. There's the go-ho, 311, thank you. Push out 707, or heavy on the roll, 2405, good line. I'll have to switch for you shortly, which is a heavy from Calgary. Vancouver, Blue helicopter spot, Mike call, Campbell, Mike. Augusta, punch out Mike call, Plymouth, Vancouver, Tower, spot guide, dense, 2405, altimeter 29990, clear space, is jetting. 90 base to jet aviation 7, Mike call, Plymouth. Mike call, Plymouth, identified. Express 5219, head direct to river 12305, eastbound or westbound? Express 5219, westbound, eastbound, expression in front of water. Express That's 304, Roger. Beaver at DV inbound, wind 2306, takeoff over west on your discretion. Hotel Mike India, surveillance service terminated, contact Harbor Tower 1184. 1184, Hotel Mike India. Account 222, Ontario, Delta 7, line up emergency response. Delta 7, line up 265, here, account 222. March 7074, sit reverse Delta 3, contact ground 1217.
Cessna Cargo Master arriving when a 747 departs. Loving every second of what just happened. Air Canada 222 A320 lining up next, headed to Calgary. And that Morningstar Express FedEx feeder was coming from Victoria on the Cessna 208B Cargo Master. Super Cargo Master, excuse me. Can't forget the Super. But I'm going to turn my attention to ANA, all Nippon Airlines. 787-9 Dreamliner to Tokyo. We're going to watch that.
Heavy lady. On the 115 Heavy Tower, Delta 7, line up runway 26 left. Line up on right, runway 26 left, on 115 Heavy. On the 115, contact departure airline on Delta 7, perfect takeoff, runway 26 left. Runway 26 left, there's a 7, contact departure, clear for takeoff, on 115. Airways Express 304, traffic 12 o'clock, and 4 miles off the direction, 2 targets, both 500 feet off the direction. Okay, we'll keep an eye for Express 304. Airways Express 319, and Mike Alpha, traffic 12 o'clock, 3 miles off the direction, auto and Sunset of the South. Mike Golf Lima, descent 500. Golf Mike Alpha, Roger. Number 2 on the Livery, on your discretion. Express 319, number 1 on the Livery, on your discretion. Express 5219, right? direct threshold, runway 13, then direct the threshold for 26 left, past south of the tower. Okay, Michael, threshold 13 then.
Amazing. All Nippon Airways 115 to Tokyo Haneda. 787-9 Dreamliner. Beautiful departure. On 26 left. What a gorgeous day today. And looks like the Edelweiss 340 is starting to taxi as well. We got some cool stuff coming up.
Mike Golf Lima, cross runway 26 left, landmark description. Mike Golf Lima, 26 left, land landmarker, sky service. That's right, sky service, yes, please. Thank you. Tower 312. Yeah, 312, Tower Delta 7, line up runway 26 left. Please. Canada 312, contact departure and return from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from 26 left. Canada 26 left, departure and return,
Air Canada 312 headed to Montreal. 737 MAX 8. I will be in Montreal in about a week. Just over a week. No, a week. That's the plan anyway. Flight spotter John and I, and Binge Traveler, and I think Thomas is coming as well. We're going to the event at Mirabel and hopefully do some YUL streams.
Express 311, direct point Gray, surveillance service terminated, at point Gray, contact Harbor Tower 114. Direct point Gray, over to 18-4, 311, please. Harbor Express 304, surveillance service terminated, contact Victoria Tower 119.1.
Vancouver Tower, Beaver, Golf Fox Bravo Charlie, good to Medford.
Golf Fox Bravo Charlie, Vancouver Tower, is confidential, altimeter 29800, third grade point road.
Hello there.
Approximately Gary Point 11.
Golf Bravo Charlie, identified.
Edelweiss has actually pushed back now. 340.
Canada 996, contact departure and return from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from
Air Canada 996 departing to Mexico City on a 737 MAX 8.
Seagrass 307, Tower Charlie, line up runway 26 left. Zulu Julia, traffic 930, 2.5 miles. Southbound Beaver, headed for the river as well, and 300. Inside Zulu Julia. Oscar Bravo Charlie, traffic 330 position, and 2.5 miles northbound Beaver at 300. Speedbird 307, early turn on the west departure approved. Caution white turbulence from departed 737 from Charlie, clear for takeoff from Wicked. LJ 713, surveillance service terminated. Change to onward freedom.
Piper PA 31 350. Takeoff next, runway 26 left. Following that, max to Mexico. Ooh, Edelweiss is beginning to taxi. I see it at 3 knots. I'm very excited for that one. There's a flare, max 8.
311, point grade switch.
That one's headed to Calgary, flight 804, beginning its taxi, down Delta. Best view, maybe? Best view of the takeoffs? Right there. Other side of the fence. So flare max 8, taxiing. And behind it, Dreamliner, Air Canada 122 to Toronto. Boeing 7879. Edelweiss is definitely moving.
3,000 on the way. Freecraft 307, tower identified, clear correct. Good job now, thanks, Freecraft 307. Number Express 306, Vancouver Towers, Lock and F, altimeter 2989, and Pearson in transit. Midday transit 306. And climbing from 600 to 1000. Number Express 306, identify that. Flare 804 Tower Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, 1 minute delay to meter check. On the bus, this is the third.
Once again, flare 804 to Calgary, 737, max 8. Dreamliner. We'll wait until line up after.
Right, 04, contact departure on the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from Wichita.
And Edelweiss should be visible shortly.
Canada 122, Heavies, one short runway, Canada 122, heavy ground to Delta 7, line up on Wichita. Delta 7, line up and wait runway 20, Canada 1. Pickup 307, surveillance service terminated. Change to 150.
Down at Pickup 307.
Hotel Romeo Tango, surveillance service terminated, change to 150. Hotel Romeo Tango, thanks for that.
Heading back to our base, Toronto. Air Canada 122, 7879.
Oscar Bravo Charlie Tower, wind 2705, line on the river, east on your discretion. Julia, thanks number 2, wind 2705, on the river, east on your discretion.
Let's see if we can catch that wing flex.
Over Express 306,
And then I see the 340, which we'll focus on in a moment.
Canada 122, contact departure on the turn from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from Wichita. Departures are Zurich, from Delta 7, clear to South Wichita, take Canada 1. 630 Tower, takeoff river, westbound discretion. Yeah, 60 Tower, Delta 7, line up runway 26 left, caution just left, Lufthansa, departing Airbus 340. Line up, just past Vancouver Tower, 630, stand by, final come out the door, downtown, please. Tower Express 307, Vancouver Tower, squawk it out, altimeter 2989, air service, point transit. Point transit, exit 307. Tower Express 307, identify.
And the 340 disappears over the ocean. Well, no, straight. Ocean's out there somewhere. Dashi lined up after that. So that was a beautiful late afternoon departure of Edelweiss. 11 kilo to Zurich on an A340-300. Jazz 60 to Kamloops, Dash 8400.
Yeah, 60, about 6 miles of trail now, Airbus 340, caution for wake turbulence, speed restriction canceled, sun Delta 7, service takeoff.
340 is still visible in the distance. Of course, I can't find it with the camera, but I can see it. Little dot in the sky.
Vancouver Tower, afternoon, Heavies 718 with you, over your path, out of 2300, looking for 1,000
This is Alaska Horizon, operated by Horizon Air. 2006, headed to Seattle, Embraer 175. After this, we got a WestJet Max 8 ready to line up to Los Angeles, flight 1698. And then another WestJet 737 behind that with a swoop livery. And that one's going to Toronto, WestJet 722.
Charlie Golf Tower, there's a Embraer just departing 26 left. They're going to be a southbound turn, heading 200 there momentarily. Caution for turbulence, take off river left on express.
So first WestJet to LA, Max 8, and then a WestJet to Toronto.
Clear takeoff 26 left, Delta 7, WestJet 1698. 2006, turn now heading 200, contact departure 132.3 and left.
It'll be a late arrival, won't it, in Toronto? Yeah, 12:42 a.m. scheduled. A late night.
Express 307, surveillance service terminated, contact Harbor Tower 114.
307.
WestJet 722, contact departure, return from Delta 7, clear for takeoff from 261.
Clear to takeoff, 26 West from Delta 7 and departure to the
Tango Victor Victor, remain south of runway 26 off caution.
I see a 330 coming down taxiway Delta.
Takeoff should be a landmark unit square.
Tower, Papa Charlie Golf, Rivermouth, request direct to Galliano Saddle.
Papa Charlie Golf, third direct.
Papa Charlie Golf.
Tango Victor Victor, traffic 12 o'clock. Mile and a half, southbound Beaver at 500.
Traffic and state, Tango Victor Victor.
Tango Victor Victor, thanks. You are identified and third direct.
330 there, but looks like there's a
1000 when able.
Morningstar Air Express Cessna 208B Super Cargo Master FedEx plane, which we may see first.
Oh, just 718, clear direct, point three.
Nope,
Point three.
just
Oh,
passing.
718.
Just passing through. Oh, we'll watch 330 for a minute.
Vancouver Tower, good day, Papa 458, with you now on that tax stop.
Oscar 458, Vancouver Tower, 12605, clear to line on 1261.
Clear to line 261, Papa 458.
Looks like a Pacific Coastal
Coverage rest 307,
Airlines
service terminated,
458
200.
from Trail YZZ. Beach 1900D will be landing on 26 left.
Vancouver Tower, good evening, Southern Harbor Express 323, approaching San at 1000, request a 2-way transit, Shandy.
Coverage rest 323, Vancouver Tower.
And then we'll see
2999,
the 330 depart shortly after that.
Harbor Express 323, thank you.
Rest 323, identified.
Express 323.
I will spin around. Butter machine. Air Canada 306 to Montreal, A330 300. Unless they let Dashi ahead for wake turbulence. They might be actually, Jazz 654. to Portland. Dash 8400. Looks like it's sneaking out ahead. Look at that size comparison though. Just waiting. And it was cleared for takeoff, so 330 will go after.
Canada 306 Heavy, holding shelter, 26 left ready. Canada 306 Heavy Tower, Delta 7, line up on the Houston bus. Line up 26 left from Delta 7, Canada 306. SR Fox Delta Hotel Delta Whiskey West at 41 inbound. Fox Delta Hotel Delta Vancouver Tower Squawk and altimeter 29800, clear point grade level at point ready. Contact moment industrial 200, 800, ident and Roger for signature on my flight. Delta Hotel Delta Vancouver.
Air Canada 306 to Montreal, A330-300. And the Jazz was to Portland that we saw depart right before this.
Tango Victor Victor, surveillance service terminated, contact Victoria Tower, 100.1. Papa Charlie Golf, surveillance service terminated, change runner permission. Tango Victor. Papa Charlie Golf, surveillance service terminated, change runner permission. Papa Charlie Golf. Back off, please get identified. Guys, with me. Papa Mike Alpha Tower, take off server West Andrews.
Departing next, we have WestJet 614, which is a 737-800 to, say it with me, yow! Our first yow of the stream. YOW, Ottawa. Ottawa 737.
Papa Mike Alpha, shoreline of West Floyd Pass. Papa Mike Alpha, identified and Mike Alpha. And I'll take 1,000 for Papa Mike Alpha 1. Papa Mike Alpha 1,000 Mike Alpha. WestJet 614, 6 miles from trail, Airbus 330, caution weight turbulence, contact departure return, Delta 7, clear for takeoff number 612. Clear takeoff, Delta 7, 614, right?
I'm hanging out for the 777-300 KLM. Gonna wait on that one and then probably call it before the sun gets directly in our eyes. And we saw the heavies we wanted to see, so. But I'm excited for KLM. After that, it's a bit of a wait, so we'll get some dinner and get some rest for the air show.
Fly the approach for runway 13, hold short runway 26 left. Hotel Delta, started descent 1,000 feet or below. Cross runway 26 left, runway turbulence from the departure WestJet 737. They rotated at runway 13 and remain south runway 26 left. The city of Frankfurt is ready. Thank you. Clear to cross, clear to land. We're going down below 1,000 and once clear, we'll stay there until we call you down. Cross whiskey going 84. Cross whiskey, thanks. Coverage 5219 tower, take off the river westbound at your discretion.
Can't complain about the weather though. I know Vancouver gets its share of rain, but it is a warm day, and actually there's a nice breeze coming in off the water. Enjoying that. Kevin, thank you so much. I was looking away from the screen for a minute, but back. Really appreciate the $2 super chat. When do you think you will stream at YYC Airport? I have no immediate plans. That being said, I do love Calgary. The reason I get to stream out here is because I'm able to make an excuse to get out here for multiple reasons. I generally can't afford to travel just for the stream. So if I can make an Alberta plan with the family, I can squeeze some streaming in. But thank you so much for the support. It's definitely on my list. David, just saw your message there. I am aware of that historic flight. Is it the one where it's retiring to the museum on Vancouver Island, I believe? Unfortunately, I will be nowhere near it, so I don't think I will be able to catch it. But it looks pretty cool. I do love it out here. But Sunday, right after the air show, I am on the road driving back to Kelowna. I really appreciate y'all being here, folks. You are fantastic. Dash 8, WestJet, Encore. 3183, headed to Victoria.
Encore 3183, start your turn at 1,000 feet, contact departure in the turn. Speed restrictions canceled, double 7, take off from me.
Starting the taxi down here, we have a WestJet 737-800 to Edmonton, flight 174. It's just turning on to Delta right now.
Delta, Delta. Alpha Mike Alpha, surveillance service terminated, change sound repeat. Alpha Mike Alpha. Juliet Oscar Echo, Dash 8 traffic, just rolling 26 left, they're going to be in the south westbound turn out of 1,000 feet, caution for which Roger, stand by, and you are clear.
Ooh, Tyler, that would be cool. I'll keep my eyes out for that. Definitely wouldn't mind a little bonus air show. That would be cool.
Juliet Oscar Echo, 1,000, sir. Big Red 467, clear left base, change to my frequency, rolling in, so. Big Red 467, left base, all right, then. Express 301 tower, take off the river westbound your express.
Now the bigger question is, what should Michael eat in Vancouver tonight? What does Vancouver do really well?
Departure airborne, clear takeoff, U6 left, Delta 7.
WestJet 174 to Edmonton. 737-800. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 left.
We got 467 traffic, 12 o'clock, 2 miles, southbound, caravan to the south.
There's a UPS Airbus A300 that put its transponder on. It's way on the other side of the airport, so I'm wondering if it's going to take off on the north side, which would be sad because I'd like to see it down here. But we got our 747 and our A340 and our ANA 787. So we're doing well. Swiss Chalet, Tyler, eh? I feel like that's something I can do at home frequently, and I do. Is there anything specific to Vancouver? I'm crashing in the south side. Closer to the Mount Pleasant area. Kensington, Cedar Cottage area, sort of. Somewhere in there. South Main. Let's say South Main. That's probably close where I'm going to be headed, but I can pick anything up between the airport and there. What's good for Vancouver?
Overstress 301, 2000. 301. Just 5219, surveillance service terminated, early switch on route to Bruce, yeah?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Good house, correct, surveillance service terminated, contact Victoria Tower 11901. Good. Zurich 467, 12206, clear the line runway 22, section 26 left, and where are you parking, sir?
Parking at Airplane Forces, Gatwick. Clear the line position.
Up next, we got WestJet 122 headed to Calgary, 737-800. And I got my daughter Isla on the phone as well. Isla, you want to say hi to everybody? Oh, this is cool. You enjoying your time in British Columbia, Isla?
Yeah.
All right. Say bye, everybody. All right. We'll see you Sunday night. Bonjour, Emile. KLM, transponder is on. That is exciting. Been waiting for that 777-300. And then I gotta find some dinner.
Vancouver Tower, squawk identical in 2206, altimeter 29er 89er, cleared direct to the threshold of runway 13. And descend to your discretion, monitor me now on 1187.
You're on correct, you're switching over and cleared direct button 13. Vancouver Tower, it's CargoJet, Hotel Julius Lima with you. Jericho Beach, heading for point 3, 1.5 inbound.
Encore, 3297 at the far end of the runway, dash 8400, headed to Prince George. And we got that Calgary, 737-800 lining up. It looks like that UPS is actually across the runway, so maybe it is coming south. That would be cool. WestJet rolling.
Thank you for tower, Hamilton 914, we're 4.5 back for Dory, on the midpoint 500 with no measure.
Hamilton 914, Vancouver tower, identified, altimeter 29er 800, set midpoint 10.
Hamilton 914.
Ocean 319, identified, good direct hand, time 1005.
David, this sounds like a whole ton of fun. I'd love to do that. If only I had more time and money. One day. Jazz 276 headed to Kelowna, where I just was. Dash 8400 lining up.
Hotel Juliet Lima, speed up. Your south runway 26 up. Beautiful 400 rolling off to south side. Continue down runway 1 6 off runway left. Include on that south side Charlie crossing service.
I like Kelowna. Excited to spend the last few days there before we fly back to Toronto, and then immediately drive to Montreal.
Senegal Foster, Vancouver Tower, Squawk Identity 2107, altimeter 29er 800, direct to Rivermouth Bunker.
Midday Golf Oscar, direct to the Rivermouth for a quick cover 87, hold point to the eastbound.
Frankfurt Glacier 564, visual approach runway 26 left.
Jazz 276, if you're still with me, squawk 6420.
6420, Jazz 276.
Jazz 276, nice contact departure 1. Pressure 564, helicopter traffic crossing the runway southbound at midfield, 12107 to the 26. Will be well.
Traffic in Glen 26 left, Glacier 564.
Dash 8300 coming in here.
Dash 8, about 2 miles final for the south
Central Mountain Air from Williams Lake.
Ellie's just Hotel Juliet Lima, we got the traffic, we checked it.
Spin around.
Oscar Bravo Charlie Tower, stay my frequency, wind 2107, pick up the river westbound, your discretion. Thank you.
Glacier 564, cornering of altitude open.
Glacier 564 it is.
Great, thank you very much.
You bet.
Echo Tower, keeping it with the Fox, Bravo Kilo Alpha with November.
Mr. Fox, Bravo Kilo Alpha,
Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Give us a like. We're Wake Turbulence Aviation live today from Vancouver International Airport. We got the UPS and the KLM. 777-300 to Amsterdam.
Amsterdam 319 surveillance service terminated all. Reported there is clear traffic between you and at the moment Galliano. Surveillance service terminated. Contact Victoria Tower 119.
The UPS is on an A300 freighter. And there's a CargoJet that also has its transponder on, 767. A FedEx 767 with their transponder on, so we will see what we see.
That's 321 tower, say this frequency, 2206 pickup, sir. Gonna go Foster, thank you. And wind 2206, you happy? Gonna go Foster under. Can't favor the north side, wind 2206 on the river, east side, your discretion, order on the west side. Have express 306 Mercury 500 for the request. Express 306, Vancouver Tower, identified, altimeter 298, at point transit. Express 306. Express 321, Wednesday, if you make the left turn direct, 35 2000 to Caravan, about 3 minutes. Back to River, Lenny. Express 321, Mushroom 690, contact departure on the Georgia 6 turn, 12206 from Delta 7, keep the pickup. I think I'll pick up from Delta 7 and departure. And Oscar Road, Caravan, UPS 499 Heavy, carried up to 7 line. I'm away, left Delta 7, UPS 499 Heavy. Delta 7, okay, well, if we continue inbound down runway 13, hold short runway 6, 500, approach expense. 13, hold short. Overshot 321, 5000, group. Check tower 52206. UPS 499 Heavy, every helicopter inbound from the right hand side, they will go behind 2206. Contact departure airborne, Delta 7, 6 KLM 226 Heavy, tower cross the airplane, Delta 7 line of runway 265. Line up the wings, Delta 6. Delta Kilo off the UPS Heavy Airbus rolling on the south side, let me know when you see it. UPS is nice, bro. Delta Kilo off, once you pass the threshold runway 13, if you want to widen out to the left for the turbulence, it is through past behind the Airbus caution turbulence, just across runway 26 up, and let this continue to pass this position. Silver 16, threshold is 26 left, 01 the position, gate back and forth. Delta Kilo off, yeah, that's approved, so cross the approach east of the threshold runway 6 up. Threshold 26 left, left. There you go, Foster, thank you. Mike Quebec, well, thank you. Vancouver Tower, Beaver, Harvard, Church 5205, Mass Thunderays 1000, request 2 big transit to Maple Bay. We'll do corridor pass. Beaver, Harvard, Church 5205, Vancouver Tower, spot guide, dental, 729 or 89, direct corridor pass, 1000.
So the UPS to Louisville, A300 freighter, and this is KLM 777-300 ER to Amsterdam, flight 226. Great Philippines land on the north. Saw it over my shoulder, but couldn't grab it on the camera.
KLM 226, caution terminal to be
Perfect, thank you. Definitely. Really enjoying myself.
Departure airborne, Sun Delta 7.
I think CargoJet has pushed back too.
Company Weaver at 12 o'clock, 4.5 miles southwest on 500 feet of voucher room from Germany to contact Frankfurt Airways. Looking at 306. Bravo Charlie traffic at about 10 o'clock to 5 miles eastbound Beaver 300. Hotel Charlie Whiskey.
Oh, I'm silly. Flying Otter is a restaurant recommendation. Thank you. Duh. I'm like, that sounds like an airplane ride.
Hotel Charlie Whiskey, where are you parking?
Wah wah. Michael's face is red. Also from the sunburn.
Hotel Romeo Tango with November. Zero Foxtrot Hotel Romeo Tango Vancouver Tower clock identity with 2206 Delta 29800 clear DB for the balance of the DB arrival moment. Hotel Romeo Tango. Yes, Oscar Bravo Charlie opposite track 2 traffic now 10 o'clock 2.5 miles into the eastbound Beaver 300.
There is a CargoJet pushback, 767, which I would like to see. So I'll keep an eye out for that. It has pushed back already, so that's good.
Hotel Romeo Tango, thanks. 21070, finding eastbound or westbound? Roger, sounds good. Shot 321, surveillance service terminated, contact Victoria Tower 119.
FedEx is moving now. B76. We are Wake Turbulence Aviation live at Vancouver Airport. Check that out. Tyler definitely considered it. And if I had a reason to get down there, I totally would. I just can't travel right now just for the stream. It's not, doesn't earn enough money to let me travel for the costs and everything. So it has to be a place that I'm kind of already going to for other reasons. Montreal's different because I can drive there. And do that one rather inexpensively.
Set 5205, traffic 1 o'clock, 4 miles eastbound, anniversary.
Okay, CargoJet 767 freighter is moving.
Target 1801 Heavy, Tower Delta 7 minus 1 265. And hotel number thing, we do have one that's going to turn southbound and a Heavy about to go, so maybe westbound with better for the downwind line, the river westbound discretion for the water. Thank you. Target 1801, contact departure leaving 1000 feet from Delta 750 takeoff. This is left and contact departure from South East CargoJet 182. Set 5205 Beavers off the left hand side now. 5205, contact. Taking the 519 tower caution, jet blast out Delta 7 line from my 26 left and wait, delay wait turbulence separation rolling 67. I have a wait 26 left, Delta 7, 519. Lieutenant Hull, good here, Van Gogh, Mike Oscar, Whiskey, active, so 1000, take traffic on that one. Here, Van, Gulf, Mike Oscar, Whiskey, Vancouver Tower, identified, altimeters 29er, 89er, good direction. 29er, 89er, left render. Vancouver Tower, Fox Mike Alpha, fully pass out of 600 for DB River. Fox Pop Mike Alpha, Vancouver Tower, spot identified 2307, altimeter 29er, 89er, good direct, the river mouth, monitor me now, 117. Fox Mike Alpha. Access 316 Heavy, rolling now up the south side. They will be straight out, but caution, turbulence, status frequency 12307, take off river westbound. Your discretion, and when safe, clear direct exit for now. Okay, that's all. Hotel runway Tango 500 is first, and there's traffic. They will be westbound, but not right. Show 316, next departure to go after this one is going to be turning southbound at 500. Thank you, carrier, Aldo, Heavy 305, we're about 3 back from Cuban 1000, go over northbound, please. Show 305, Vancouver Tower, identified, up to 29er, 89er, northbound. So 10, thanks so much, 05. Taking a 519 caution, triple street 5 or more intro as a part of 67. Contact departure in the Georgia 6 turn. Video 7 from Delta 76 takeoff. Silver takeoff, deepest left, part 10 519. Says 163 Tower, Delta 7 line, runway 26 left, 3 can. Tower shot 316, identified traffic 11 o'clock, 2.5 miles eastbound, Beaver 500 for the down westbound.
Max 8 to Honolulu. Air Canada 519. And then lining up behind it, Jazz 163, 400 to Victoria. Q400, I should say. Shorthanding it to 400. Who does that? What rights do you have, Michael? Dash 8, Q400.
Fly back from Two Rivers for the river.
Hey Susan, welcome back. We're catch on the tail end. We're gonna watch this FedEx go. 767 on the ramp. It's been pushed back. Waiting for it to take off. Then I'm going to take off myself. Not in an airplane, sadly, but...
Show 308 identified. Edison 121, Charlie, line is runway 26 left. FedEx 139, Heavy, Tower Delta 9, line up runway 26 left, number 2 for departure, WestJet from Charlie.
Alright, FedEx has been told to line up and wait. The Heavy. Here we go.
Edison 121, contact departure, leaving 1000 feet from Charlie, good for takeoff, runway 26 left. Line check now, 52307. Mike Alpha 12307, you're planning eastbound or westbound? Sound your discretion. There is the brand new downwind to the west side. FedEx 139, contact departure in the Georgia 6 turn from Delta 9 for takeoff from 26 left. Get it? Tower dead left, level 2000. 7163, thanks, contact departure 132. 33, dead 123. Good. Shot 316, traffic at roughly 10 to 11 o'clock, 5 mile east bound, traffic counter. Shot 308, traffic at 10 to 11 o'clock, 5 miles west bound, traffic counter, 5 minutes. Larry. 310, roger traffic. Tower South Select, 576, sidestepping, to the visual 26 left. Select 576, 12207, to the line runway 26 left. To the land 26 left, Select 576. Shot 308, thanks, direct to Rivermouth and wind 2207 eastbound or westbound. Shot 308, red line 0 eastbound, your discretion. Off Mike Alpha, the other vehicle about to touchdown. And the descent for Gary, puncture level for landmark. Tango Victor, Vancouver Tower, spot that end, 2207, 298, clear direct airplane, clear airplane. Monitor me now, 117. Good Gary for the Gary, Tango Victor, Victor. Tango Victor, Victor, identified. Tango Victor, Victor. Vancouver Tower, West 323, couple north of Monty, 1000, west direct field for the balance.
Flyer 737 Max waiting, headed to Calgary, flight 810. Inbound plane here on this side first. Alright, we'll call Flair the last plane of the show. I'm a little tired after my 4+ hour drive and 4-hour stream. watch the flare.
Zero contact departure airborne from Delta 750 takeoff. 36
Heading out to Calgary on a 737 MAX. And then call it an awesome Friday. I appreciate y'all being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Give us a like. I would appreciate it. Oh, didn't mean to put my face on there. Sorry about that. Oh, there's a jazz lining up, so we'll at least watch that jazz. I can say my farewell.
Midday 914 Vancouver Tower, spot side Edwin 2207, altimeter 2988, cleared Point Grey, arrival for pad Charlie, and the whole short runway 26 left. Monitor me now 1187.
Hold short 26 left, monitor 1187, Calgary 914. Vancouver Tower, Southern Number 7204, just over 2 van. We have Oscar carried to the river.
Flare is off.
I am not clear to
All right. So, thank you so much for being here, everybody, today. It was awesome. I really enjoyed seeing some of the airlines we don't get to see back in Toronto. And it was nice to be able to share that with all of you. So I'm just moving the camera here. My name is Michael. For those who don't know me, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It really helps us out. Helps the channel out greatly. So thanks for joining us. And I hope whatever you're doing for the rest of the weekend, please enjoy it. I'll be at the air show tomorrow and Sunday. Hoping to go live at least Sunday. Maybe a bonus on Saturday, we'll see. So have a great night, everybody. We'll watch this Dash 8 depart and embrace the journey. Thanks again.
Vancouver Tower, Beaver, Foxtrot, Top Charlie Golf has information Oscar. Just like 2 then further ever.
Ocean Pop Check Golf, Vancouver Tower to be the event of altimeter 2990, start carry point to the river.
Top Charlie Golf.
Be sure if you want me, lots on us to this list, well, whatever you want. So 13 Joey, Vancouver Tower, through the line on the 26. I was at 914, full short of on my 26. Option C05, Point Grey. Option C05, Point Grey.
Pleasure, 05, thank you.